Right.
The freaks come out at night.
Really?
Right. Oh yeah. Right. We ain't trying to be in each other's Kool-Aid. Mm. Hell no, it doesn't even have the Elden Ring function where it's just off. Getting a part of chat, take over their controller. Screen sharing, whatever it's called. Yeah. Hmm. Why does the controller gotta act like a little girl? I know demonic isn't your best person, but you don't need to keep calling him out like that. That don't sound right.
No organics here. Valuable minerals, perhaps.
Shoot him in the face and walk by.
And the military. The true backbone of the United Colonies, no matter how they attempt to shape their image.
Always nice to kick back at the broken spear after a long day.
Hey, darling. You look like the type who doesn't mind. The Trackers Alliance can always use more bounty hunters. Actually, wait, I heard about you. You done good work for us before, haven't you, darling? Oh, what am I talking about? You're already a tracker, ain't you? Even better, you already know all this. Oh, darling, I don't know why you're asking when you already know the answer. We're the baddest bounty hunters in the settled systems. People pay us to find criminals, scum, and other lowlives when they don't want to or can't track them down themselves. Well, if you're a tracker, then you've been there, right? That's where you're gonna find the good missions. The kind of missions I wish I was doing, rather than being stationed here on this old dusty rock trying to get freelancers to use the mission board. Should I tell you? What the hell? It got me in trouble, but it's a good story. So, I got a bounty for this guy. Real tough spacer, you know? I find his ship, board without him knowing, and I literally catch him with his pants down, getting ready for the day or something, I don't know. Anyway, before he can react, I tackle him to the ground to cuff him, and he lets off a sly quip thinking he's got game, but I don't take kindly to that kind of advance, see? And well, Bounty says alive or dead, so I make the call and I put him down. Anyway, turns out it wasn't the right guy, but this guy was also wanted. What are the odds, right? Well, the Alliance didn't think it was as funny as I did, so now I'm stuck here helping new recruits. Wow, they didn't tell you about him at HQ? The mission boards? Trackers Alliance post. But I'll be on. Good. If you recall, I'm only stationed here because of a mistake I made. Been bugging me ever since. The bounty that got away. Now, I heard rumors that this no-good, dirty quarry's been lurking around Mars, but I ain't had the good fortune of him strolling on in here. I think he's smart enough to know better. I got a plan in place to find him, but I gotta prove to my other tracker contact that he's here. That's where you come in. Just gotta plant a sensor. No danger to you. He doesn't know it, but he's got a chip in him with a unique ID. Part of the reason he's learned to keep out of the major cities and settlements. Trackers always manage to find him when he comes to town, so he just stays away. But he's a slippery fella. That's why I want to send someone to catch him where he feels safe, just along the outskirts. Sensors tuned to that chip. Makes sense now, don't it? Ken Plakis, smuggler, the worst kind. Deals in all sorts of black market goods. He's wanted for grand theft, human trafficking, murder, you name it. He's also extremely good at what he does. He's eluded the best of UC security for years. He's even slipped by our own trackers, myself included. I'm convinced he set me up to fail, found a lookalike to unwittingly take a fall, made me look bad. So I'm sure you understand it's kind of personal. Hell no! If I'd have wanted you to do that, I'd be asking... Nah, I got a good friend. Tracker buddy who stuck by me through and through. Gonna split the haul with him as soon as he brings the mark in. That ain't up for debate or negotiation. Under no circumstances are you to interact... Alright, so, you're gonna want to make sure you've got... It'll track down my mark, clear out, and come back.
The city of Sidonia is proud to be a pillar of support for the United Colonies. Seek your local
Sometimes it feels like the
wish to sign up for military service.
You bring me that finder's fee? Or are you here to... You know, it's funny. Suddenly, I do remember someone who might be able to unload that stuff for you.
Just demand the extra credits up front next time. These games are juvenile and...
There's a buddy of mine who runs with the Crimson Fleet. Goes by the name... If he isn't passed out, you can find him killing the rest of his... Oh, and it's been a pleasure.
Thought we'd struck oil.
Unless you're here to serve me another drink, you... Hey, why don't you say that a little loud? Okay. Okay. If you've got a whole shipment of this stuff, you're going to need to move it fast. But you're going to have to do something for us first. Pipe down! What the hell's the matter with you? You want to get us both thrown into lockup? Look, I don't know what that big-mouth Saoirse told you, but I keep who I run with a secret in public. And I suggest you do the same. Now, do you want my help moving your product, or not? Right down to business, and no small talk. I like it.
I see no good reason why we should have any extra dealings with the likes of you.
Lady, if you want me to move that shipment for your pal here, you're going to do whatever the hell I want. You got that? Now listen up, because I'm not going to repeat myself. I need you to deal with a miner who's racked up a bunch of debt. He probably spent it all on booze, not that I blame him. Either way, I want that money back. What do I need to do here? Write you an instruction man? You can do this loud, you can do this quiet. I don't care. Perfect. His name's Carl Fielding. Don't worry, you can't...
Is something amiss?
Okay. Hello.
I know the day my son was.
Man, I could really dive deep into some chunks right now.
Watch out for the robots.
Hey, welcome to the Sidonia Trade Authority. Yo, hey, I'm Manaki. Feel free to ask me anything. Yo, this dude came in once trying to sell this whack-looking fish or something. It was still alive. He had it in this big plastic bag full of water and everything. Good size, too. I was trying to tell him I didn't know if we took in things like that, but then my boss came over and told me we absolutely did. And I had to process the sale and store the thing. Man, what a pain in the ass that was. Even weirder, someone came in and bought it like right away. The hell's that about, right? Oh man, I'm still new here, so I don't know how qualified I am to answer. We're like this huge network of shipping and trade throughout the known universe. Everyone. Free Stars, UC, even Varun uses us in some capacity. Because I guess we're all about free trade for all. Yo, I wouldn't be surprised if we bought and sold from the Crimson Fleet, right? They pay my salary, so as far as I'm concerned, they're all right in my book. Cool. That's what...
Oh, the, what are they? What do they call it? The fucking colorful things looking like Power Rangers.
See you around.
Are we talking about those colorful things? Sometimes you gotta fight like 2 or 3 of them. Oh.
Was there something... Do you now? Let me take it. Here. And do remember all... It cleared. Wonderful. Dr. Walker's death is officially no longer our problem. You have my thanks. Oh.
Something I can... Adler Camp. Adler, you said? Look, I'm tired. It's been a long day in the mine. Hey now. Take it easy there. Oh, wait. You mean that? I told him I'd pay up next week when Deimos cuts our next profit share check. I'll even bring it to... Well, look, I haven't got a single credit to spare right now, okay? You can't...
Clearly this man has never seen how hard I can swim.
I'm a miner for Deimos. It's not what I was hoping for out of life. But here I am. Yeah, it's a lousy company. It pays me a salary. But I depend on the profit-sharing bonuses to keep food on the table for my... Hey, now wait just because things are tough, and I might be spending my afternoons at the spear. Adler doesn't get to judge me. No, he's just a lowlife... Oh, what games? Sure. I guess I could ask for a 7-day shift. I suppose. Please, tell Adler I'm sorry for trying to wiggle out of the...
Yeah? Did you now? Fine work. My end of the bargain then, I suppose. He's holed up in the old Red Devil's HQ. Place was sealed up tight after the UC shuttered our unit, but we snuck him in the back entrance through the deep mines. Was also gonna warn you about spacers down there. But it sounds like you might have already tossed those dregs. Here, the passkey. And I'll let him know there's someone he owes one hell of a thank you on their way down.
Just passing through or here to stay?
have something for... Well, would you look at that? I knew that bum was holding out on me. He going to be a problem anymore? Or did he get the message? Nice. Nice. You're kind of a natural at this. Leaning on deadbeats comes easy to you. I like that. You know, if you like this kind of work, I can get you more. A lot more. You think you can handle running with my, associates? That's what I'm talking about. I like your style. All right. I'll call ahead and get a hold of Nevamora. She's second to the big boss himself. Head out to Europa. You'll find her there. I suggest you listen to whatever she has to say. Oh, and I've taken care of that Aurora shipment for you too. Don't spend all that cash in one place.
Can we speak for a moment?
I sure hope this hearing loss isn't permanent.
Right. Do you know you like it?
My buddy Mitch keeps asking if I can help him out with something, but I just don't have the time. The community center on P1 is a good place to connect with others, or fulfill any spiritual needs you may have. Ever been to Aquila? Those security uniforms are way cooler than anything we've got. Just because the governor's office is right out there on the main level doesn't mean it's not secure. Stay away from the Sixth Circle unless...
I have been thinking about what we talked about before. You told me that fun was important. I assume, but having thought about it, I wonder now if you were right. I have been single-minded in my pursuits. I have always believed the decisions I made were necessary, that there was no other option. I have sacrificed much to be where I am now. Thank you. I have always believed. I have told you that I am not one to discuss. No, that is not what I am trying to say. I promised to provide for my family. That meant working with smugglers to procure supplies we could not acquire any other way. I have spent my adult life away from my home, jumping from one planet to the next, living in dangerous... This was unwise to let anyone get too close. I had, maybe not quite friends, but people I cared about. I often find other people complicated and confusing. It seemed easier to not become attached, especially when circumstances meant I might never see them again, with no warning. Until now, I have disagreed strongly with that idea. but therein lies my concern. What I am trying to say is that I now wonder whether it has been the right decision to distance myself from others.
Apparently, in this game, you can basically make a harem.
I appreciate that more than you know.
Be careful down near the mines and enter any active sites at your own risk.
Riding in stuff. Will I see? No breathable atmosphere. A little extra excitement, eh?
Yeah. I guess you didn't hear me earlier, but I was like, apparently in this game, Starfield, you can actually basically have a harem. You can have multiple partners. Yep. I didn't know that. Well, because my character already married one. And then another one's like showing interest. I'm like, is that normal?
Best not to leave anything useful behind.
Yep.
This all made sense to someone, I'm sure. I cannot tell you how any of it works.
It's on.
This could well explain why the site was abandoned. These natural caverns likely were not worth the risk of traversing.
That's why I just haven't talked to each other. Oh, definitely. I mean, honestly, there's probably a lot more nowadays than there were maybe a decade ago. Girls are a lot more freaky. You think so? No, that can be sore as fuck. I think if anything, it should be physically taxing. I mean, I've had like multiple friends with benefits, and I've been for like 4 different girls at the same time. Yeah, doing that daily, no thanks.
It must be the place. Power is still on, at least partially. Shall we see if anyone is home?
Got me out of the red with the trade authority. Can't say I don't appreciate it, but I doubt you came all this way just to do me a favor. Now you want to explain to me why you're going around harassing nefarious old men, but tissue sample? You came all the way down here? Must be some damn important cells. A fast-growing terramorph. That is concerning. Who exactly told you to bring this to me? Hadrian. She gave you this? If she made you come all the way for this...
Gonna ask you to not touch anything. Got some projects in the works down here. I wasn't expecting guests. I'll need to get this all in a slate. Adrian really gave you this sample. Because if you told me this was a hoax, and it... Can't just humor an old man, huh? This sample, it's got all the indicators of the worst terramorph attack in human. I presume you've heard of Londinian. It was. An entire city wiped. The swarms were so bad, they had to blow the spaceport and seal the place off from the galaxy. Not a lot of samples made it off the world from the time of the attack. But the ones that did, well, I didn't detect any of the telltale signatures this specimen ever sat on a ship while it was alive, either. I don't think it was transported to Tal Ceti. This specimen, it grew there. Which means If we're about to start a new era in human-terramorph relations, where big, sudden Londinian-style attacks can happen outside London, that's not gonna end well for humanity.
The chances for survival, let alone maintaining any kind of functioning society, would...
So, you lugged this bad omen all the way here. You want to tell me what you're... The circle, huh? Could use a drink about now. Here, faster if we take the lift to the surface. Not supposed to use it, but given the circumstances, I'm inclined to just ask forgiveness. Let's...
Yeah, guy from Stargate. Stargate, yeah. Stargate Atlantis, I think? I thought Ragnarok was the last time he would do it. He won't be doing it for the next one.
You seem to have taken on more than you can carry. If you require assistance, please, just say so.
Yeah, from what I heard, he basically just, he wanted to move on to new projects.
The biggest surprise is not that the UC engaged in xeno warfare in the past, but that they ever stopped. I would have expected them to very quietly keep this place open.
Oh, Odin. Supposedly you do meet the actual tier. I just forgot. deck that ass like it's Conan style.
Never quite place the smell of Sidonia. Ozone and metal and something vaguely old and ill-kept.
Keep a lookout. Notify us if you see Sidonia can have depressing.
Is that really her? Adrian.
Percival. My God, look at you. You're an old man now.
You're no hassling yourself anymore, Major. Our friend here showed me your sample. Suffice it to say...
Not here. Let's talk somewhere more private. Lou said we could use the back. Lou gave me the abridged version of what went down. Yeah, I can't thank you enough for taking care of all that.
Makes two of us.
I hope it ultimately didn't end up being... And I'm sorry about that. So, were you two able to get...
Got it right here. That sample? It's an exact match for the ones from Londinian.
Londinian. That's...
Not thrilled to be the bearer of that kind of news. That's for damn sure. So tell me you've got some kind of plan for that workup.
Well, right now, we've got more questions than answers. So I've been trying to figure out what it's gonna take to access our old Terramorph data.
Good place to start. What'd you find?
It's in the archives.
The Armistice Archives? Doesn't that mean we'd be dealing with the Cabinet? And the Freestar Collective? And House Varun somehow? Guess we can kiss that approach goodbye.
I didn't think the Cabinet would be willing to hear us out either. But I called in some favors. They've agreed. 1, they want to see this analysis you two have procured. And 2, they want to discuss what happened with both of us. Well, when the Colony War came to a close 19 years ago, with the signing of the Armistice, 3 factions were involved in the negotiations. The UC, Freestar, and House Varun. They made a lot of decisions about what sort of tactics should and shouldn't be permitted in future conflicts. All information related to the things they decided should be banned. Now, it's possible to get things out of there, but only with the agreement of members from all 3. And as to what our research is doing in there, well... The Cabinet's the UC's highest governing body. The President, any major decision the UC... They're the only real chance we've got of unlocking the... Well, that's about the best news I've had all day. But before you commit, Percival and I, we were military scientists. Ran a division of the UC together that deployed aliens.
Place I was hiding out. That was a...
After some early fits and starts at other facilities, the place eventually became the heart. A practice that's been banned ever since the Armistice went into effect almost 20 years ago. And the... No. Our damage has been done. Oh. Well, but it was during that assignment that the UC asked us to explore deploying Terramorph. The project never got off the ground, but the data our team gathered is now sitting in the archives, along with all the other information, under the watchful eye of monitors from all the galactic factions. But if we can convince the Cabinet to help us access that data, it'll give us the tools we need to decipher what and hopefully how to prevent more attacks like... I mean, I hope they will, given the evidence we've acquired. But getting the Freestar Collective and...
Since neither group is exactly on great terms with the UC at the moment. For very...
Exactly. It's going to mean negotiations and deals and plenty of diplomatic... But I don't see a better option. All right. I'm gonna go get this work up into the Cabinet's hands. I'll meet you out front of Mast and New...
Good luck.
Yes.
And then? Oh, I was like, and then? You what with nuts? Hmm? Wait, what? Hmm. What?
have anything of value?
Get a pay for that! You're mine!
Few things as it's in pity. We live to see another day.
What was that? I'm not going down without a fight! This can't be happening!
Good one.
No! You're dead, you hear me? The heck was that?
Take the artifacts!
Come on! Hey. Where'd you get him to? Ah! You're mine! You're gonna pay. Don't make me kill you!
Is this persistence?
You're done! I'm the only one. You made a big mistake! You're dead, you hear me?
What the? Who's there?
What? bud. Ah! Oh! No way! You're dead, you hear me? You're done. Feel worthy. You have strained my patience.
The spoils of victory. Hopefully they amount to something.
Your hunt ends here. Test. Always test. You're gonna pay for that. This should be fun. The infinite. Don't make me kill you! Ha! No way! Get me out! This can't be happening! I'm not going down without a fight! Come on!
phrase, is it not? It sometimes amuses me to think about what goes on here, right under the United Colonies' collective nose.
Oh, what? I haven't played in a while, but yeah, I can definitely use it.
I hope that modification proves beneficial.
I think you may be trying to take a little too much on. Literally.
Ah, yes. Good to be sure you are getting the best performance out of your weapons. I also wish to be prepared for any situation, but there are practical limits, no?
resourceful.
will be useful, I'm sure. Not everything in the galaxy needs to come with us, you know. I too prefer custom alterations to the standard issue.
What are you doing on Starfield?
Is something amiss? If I can take a few...
For what?
Is that it? Then...
Terramorphs and pirates.
Ah, hello. If there's anything you need...
I killed one Terramorph.
All right, then. Now would be a good time to reprioritize what we bring with us.
Behind.
Well, there went 600k lol. Lol.
Captain! Over here! The workup's in the cabinet's hands. They said they'll call for us once they've gotten to properly... But listen, I know I should have been more forthcoming about who I was earlier. So, in the interest of full disclosure, there's my relationship with the UC. It's more complicated than it might seem at first glance. I am a clone of a man named Francois Sanon, one-time fleet admiral of the UC during the Colony War, former head of the UC Navy. They called him Ve Victus, woe to the defeated, in Old Earth Latin, a title he earned. The program I was a part of, it was the UC's attempt to create a new generation of military minds from one of their most respected tacticians. Secure the leadership of the UC military for generations to come. He would have happily told you he was one of the greats. Ultimately, though, it didn't matter. The man I was cloned from, my father, was executed for acts he committed during the war. Freestar Collective and UC. And the things he did, well, they're a part of the reason the UC and Freestar Collective. So my involvement, it could be another obstacle they throw at us up there. I just want... He had his men open fire on civilian ships during the battle. A battle that he ultimately ended up losing anyway, devastating the UC fleet and bringing the Colony War to an ugly end for the UC. But he's also the one who ordered the bombing of the Londinian spaceport during their outbreak, condemning countless. Both sides agreed the settled systems would be better without him. I really appreciate you saying that. I just thought, while we've got a second, was there anything else we needed to discuss? Or if you've got any last-minute business. No telling how long the cabinet's gonna keep. Eye strain from the amount of reading I've got on the horizon if we... The Terramorph project never went anywhere. It couldn't. They're deadly creatures, but the cabinet not opening the archives is probably a bigger risk than them handing over the files. That data itself isn't dangerous, which probably wouldn't be a bad point for us to bring up. Well, thinking about it more, I suspect there'd be value in sharing the fact that the Terramorph project... There's no need to be afraid of this data. Knowing that should calm some of the cabinet's fears and make it easier for us to dispel any suspicions the other factions might have about... I mean, we never spent a lot of time together. He was too busy being Fleet Admiral to deal with Kid. Until his defeat during the Colony War, though, he was known as an extremely effective commander. Savvy. Perceptive. That mind opened a lot of doors for him. But Ve Victus, for all his ability, was heartless. Ruthless to a fault. That's actually a souvenir from my time on Mars. The Red Devils unit I was a part of. They were founded by recruits who'd worked some of Mars' deepest mines. Folks used to adversity. The dust at those depths, it seeps into everything. The human eye included. Where the name Red Devils came from in the first place. It became an unwritten rite of passage that anyone wanting to enlist with the Devils had to do a stint in the mines before they could join up. The Devils were always talked about in such revered tones during my training, so as soon as I was old enough, I signed up. And the eyes were my parting gift. Then I guess it's just a matter of...
The cabinet meeting is about to begin. All parties, please proceed to the cabinet chambers.
Sounds like our cue. Here we go. Oh.
Ah, welcome. You must be the captain Hadrian mentioned in her report. You have...
Oh, I'm sure she did.
Yes, well, precisely how urgent is what I hope we'll determine here. So now, we have two petitioners here making access to the UC Xeno Warfare Team's Terramorph data, currently housed in the Armistice, a request which will require not just this body's agreement, but that of all three Now, Captain, we've all read Hadrian's report on the subject, but we have yet. Perhaps you could summarize for the Cabinet what it is you see as the goal of this endeavor.
That's quite the leap, Cap.
Madam President, I object to the very premise of... While no one would argue that what happened on Tau Ceti was anything less than a tragedy, Terramorph attack, they've been happening for To demand we hand over banned archival knowledge and possibly upset the... Seems at best panic. And at worst, a power grab by the daughter of a bloodthirsty warmonger and her associates.
I would remind the chief diplomat who he's speaking to.
I don't like
If it's
this
my
guy.
father you're looking to address, you're welcome to consult a medium. I would also ask how many deaths the cabinet requires to act. 50? 50,000? Because if tragedies like Tau Ceti are just prelude to more attacks, I have no doubt you'll get the body count you require.
Let's keep this civil. And while there should be no doubt the preservation of life stands paramount, Chief Yassine has a point. Will a single attack, however troubling, be... I don't think it's enough. Perhaps you can help, Captain. As the one who actually...
That is worth considering. This attack took place on an almost completely uninhabited world. But if there's another attack...
Yeah. So then, Captain, given the discussion now and the information you've been privy to thus far, if you were in our position, would you grant the request made to open the archives?
You are correct, but it must be considered that with the data in hand, someone else could...
That? I hadn't thought of that.
An excellent point indeed. The other powers would likely be much more inclined to work with us knowing that.
That point is a good one.
You and I are in agreement, Chief. So if there are no other objections, I believe we can agree to give our full back... What was that?
An incident has occurred. Facility lockdown engaged.
Incident? Chief Sarkin, what's happening?
There's been an attack at the spaceport. Terramorphs.
Terramorphs. More attacks. Just as predicted.
Good God.
Oh no. There must be another explanation. The creatures evaded our scanner somehow.
There will be plenty of time for conjecture later. Chief Sarkin, order the evacuation of the spaceport and have your men contain the things, but do it discreetly. The last thing we need is a citywide panic.
Yes, ma'am.
Admiral Logan, the local barracks can provide support?
I'll make the order myself. Nearest anti-Xeno squad, though, is off-world. Going to take a while to bring them in.
Well then, we'll have to make do with the tools we've got. You two, we can't risk those things getting out of the spaceport. I want you both on the next train there. We'll let them know you're coming, and that you've dealt with these things before. Now go show them how it's done.
We're on it, ma'am. Captain, I'm right behind you. Let's get down there.
The EM rifle, grab it!
That's it! Now
Now!
use everything you've got!
Stop! We're trying to help!
Please! I can't!
Should have trained more.
I'll be all right. Nothing a bucket of med packs won't fix.
Thank you. The way those people were acting. I've seen this before.
We tried to restrain them, but some of the other officers down.
Pheromonic projection. Some terramorphs, it affects everyone differently, but some people just lose control. You kill the morph, you break the hold. But this means we're gonna need to be real careful with our fire.
Let's do it.
That's unlocked.
Yes? A good team always... Ah, yes, we are done.
You're not the doctor.
An evacuation order has been issued for the spaceport district. All citizens are required to proceed to the nearest shelter.
You might back up! Don't just stand there! Good!
Okay, it's not real. Whatever you're experiencing right now is not real. We have to put down that
Wait, officer? Are you and this woman experts? Take whatever we can get right now. We've got the remaining creatures locked down on the landing pad, but we're barely holding our perimeter. They said you've done this before, huh? Well... spare whatever supplies you need, but I can't risk them taking over any more of my men. Put those things down and do it fast. We'll hold them as best we can.
Never safe. Never safe. Never safe.
Is that the best you've got?
handled yourself well back there.
Is a little more helpful if you maxed out laser perk in combat tree. Just a helpful hint.
Target down. Nice work, Captain.
I guess they weren't kidding about you two. Universe put the right people in the right place.
Cutter is bugged sadly.
Like hell it is. I don't want to think what would have happened if you two hadn't been here.
Just glad we could rise to the occasion. Captain, we should report back to the President. Let her know the Terramorphs have been dealt with. Take care of yourself, Sergeant.
Attention. The spaceport has been secured. Safety precautions remain in place. Please wait for the all-clear signal before exiting your homes. That is all.
That's a relief to hear. Thank you, gentlemen. Let your people all know how
we
much
didn't get
we
where
owe
we
them
are
today.
by sitting on our laurels.
Yes, ma'am.
Our laurels, in fact, became
there you are.
uninhabitable a long time ago.
I believe
Helps
we
to
have
remember
some
that.
things.
Some mods and creations can interfere
Losing
with the
anyone
cutter.
in the line of duty is a tragedy. These attacks,
Those creatures killed UC
they
citizens.
can't happen again.
They're not killing anymore.
Captain? Hadrian? It would appear that the Cabinet owes you our thanks for what you did for the city today. As well as an apology. Your concerns about the Terramorphs, well, consider them validated.
Thank you, ma'am.
I had a spacesuit that interfered with how the cutter was working. I only use Creation Club ones. At least until I get trophies done.
Of course. I only wish we could have acted sooner. Now, today's events have only clarified our path forward in the eyes of the Cabinet. You will have our full support in collecting the Terramorph data from the archives as well as a subsequent investigation into the nature of these attacks. But to accomplish those goals, we're going to need the right people in the right places. As such, the Cabinet has authorized me to reinstate you, Hadrian.
Are you using any of the spacesuit
To
creations?
your former rank of Major. As soon as we've got the data in hand, we want you investigating these attacks and how to stop them. Will you do this?
Yes.
Excellent. But as you've both made clear, for such an investigation to succeed first, we're going to need someone to convince the Free Star. Someone who knows precisely the sorts of dangers the Cabinet wants you, Captain, to be. We do. In exchange, we're willing to fast-track your citizenship upon collection of the data. So, will you
If
help
one
us?
of them deals with Starborn outfits, then it could be a perk attached to the suit. One does.
I'm glad to hear it. Now, we, of course, won't be sending you in without the proper support. Deputy McIntyre in the Office of Interstellar Affairs will be here. You should be able to find her in her office across the hall. And on behalf of the whole of the United Colonies, you have our thanks. You're dismissed.
Damage to the spaceport. The costs of this attack are great.
I'm gonna go.
If it has extra energy resistance, take away that perk and it should fix it.
Check in with
that.
M shielding and M race. Enfolding and race needs to come off. Yes. That one bugs the cutter. I see, good to know.
Chief Engineer Kulkarni.
We're on the
Start
cutting
getting
edge
a
of
plan
technology
together for
here.
that data.
It's an exciting place to be.
By the way, Captain, Sergeant Yumi was looking for you. Sounds like he's got more work.
You've done the UC an incredible service, Captain.
Chief Yassine, these orders... A Vanguard captain. You... Yes, sir. I'll make sure they get what they require. That must make you my Vanguard captain. Welcome to Interstellar Affairs. I'm Deputy Chief Diplomat McIntyre. Chief Yassine, I heard you were instrumental in protecting the city from the attack. I was also informed that you gave quite the presentation to the cabinet. Chief Yassine wants you to know the Interstellar Affairs Office is fully committed to this endeavor, accessing the Terramorph data and beyond. We're going to do everything in our power to make sure you have the tools you need. And that means first getting you into the archives.
Someone paid attention in current events. So, then you also know that it was originally managed by... Access to the archives is only granted in cases of dire emergency, and requires a one-time use code from each of the UC. Freestar.
Now, the UC is already on board, so that means we'll need to convince 2 people. the ambassadors of the Freestar Collective and House Varun, to hand over their codes. Get them both and you'll have your data. But that's a lot easier said.
I couldn't agree more. Both ambassadors have reasons they won't. Now, I'll provide guidance on how we believe you can acquire each code, but ultimately, it'll be...
And I do mean cooperate, though that doesn't mean we can't.
But it does mean we need to get you up to speed on who you're dealing with. Who do you want to start with? Ambassador Radcliffe of Free... Ah, the good Ambassador Radcliffe. She's a veteran.
Just try not to put anything on that changes ammo type or adds resistances BC. It bugs different systems in place in the game.
Use your experiences as a member of the military and with the threat we're facing to convince her to lend her support.
And who knows?
Who to know?
Maybe that'll work. Stranger things have happened. But my suspicion is we're going to have to rely on other tools to get her code.
Certainly. See, good diplomacy is all about the careful application of pressure.
UC Intelligence has a recording device planted in the ambassador's living quarters, which...
But getting caught trespassing is a quick way to land your...
So, if you are going to try and access the device...
Now, we recovered some intel we believe should be able to help. But there's also a disgruntled staff member you might be able to pump for information. Maybe. Yes, many. Don't steal anything. Don't get caught anywhere you're not supposed to. If something goes wrong, we'll do our best to smooth things over.
Name's Cameron Long. He's younger than Ratcliffe, bears less of a grudge towards the UC. He works closely with the ambassador, making him a promising source for information on the ins and outs, and someone who very likely hates her. All right. Here. Your diplomatic ID. I'll give them a head.
And take these. Chief Yassine wanted you to have some options on how to proceed.
Yes? What?
Other than that, it is a great creation if you want to LV up while on New Atlantis. Drink a strange potion and push buttons to fight Starborn. How I have leveled a lot.
Ah, Captain. Congratulations. Joining the ranks of the Vanguard.
Oh, please, take a look. Appreciate the business.
Can I help you with something, my friend?
Are you sleeping any better? I know you were spooked by what happened.
Personally, I take your time.
If you have Bombatech Nuka launcher creation, you can mine and about 30 of them at a time.
Hey, take it easy.
Don't think I do.
Everything good? We're here to help. Always good to see another badge. Problem?
The trade? If there's something you need, of course, of course. If you need anything else, you know where to find us.
may not quite enjoy New Atlantis, but this... this is much better. If you have to wear it, you might as well fit it to your liking.
Guess just need to take the suit off to use the laser.
Hello. So demanding. That is all? Very well.
Here on Vanguard business?
I asked my boss what they're doing to stop new alien attacks on the city.
Captain, would you like to finish? Ambassador Balmore's. When the rest of House Varun retreated into seclusion shortly, he's since lent his support to a small number of archival requests, though claiming to know how a member of House Varun thinks is a... Well, these days, they're House Varun zealots, a fundament, but that hasn't... After they ended the Serpent's Crusade about... It's why they have an embassy here in the first place, why they were included in the armistice negotiation, leaving behind, to our knowledge, just the ambassador and his... It does. We're not 100% sure Balmore's... His public appearances were always rare, but scans of the facility show life signs. Your task is to find him and... The Varun delegation brought more than a few of their native flora with them. It seems those plants have been allowed to flourish. The embassy is still legally housed. We've snuck in, but... Then you search the embassy for his biometric key, collect your code piece, and we'll go about notifying his next of kin. If we can ever find... But let's hope it doesn't come to that. I have no doubt. Now, the embassy front door isn't an option, but our spies have stated there's a side entrance. Here. This device should get you all the way down to the embassy interior. Once you're inside, though, finding the... And fair warning, we received a report that alarms might have been tripped inside the embassy during the attacks. Now, if you have additional questions or require clearance for a new approach we haven't already discussed, I'd suggest you start with Ambassador... Be smart out there, Captain.
Hey. Excuse me.
Okay. Hello.
No, just go to a spacesuit workbench and put no mod in that slot and you should be fine.
Yes?
You needed something?
Blowing off some steam?
Was a pen mod. Rolling on the floor laughing, rolling on the floor laughing.
You are a visitor? You'll find the ambassador in our...
Visitors are only allowed in the lobby, offices, or
I wonder how many times one side or the other has threatened to close this embassy down over the years.
More than one? All that security, and they still can't protect their own spaceport. The UC never fails to disappoint. I just wish I hadn't received the news from an SSNN broadcast. We have a strategic advantage to maintain, Mr. Long.
Of course, ma'am. I'll make sure it doesn't happen again.
Excuse me. Are you supposed to be in here?
Sounds like it was a real mess down at the spaceport.
I'm sorry. Do you have... What are you? Ah, you're the one McIntyre called about. The eyewitness. She said, "You have my thanks for what you did down there, truly. Saved many lives." Now, she also mentioned that, and maybe it was just a bad connection, that now the UC wants terramorph data from the Armistice archives. Some of them... I can only presume you're here to tell me I misheard her and that they didn't send you... I was afraid of it. Let me be frank, Captain. The answer is no. I will not be the one responsible for its release. Now, you're really gonna push this? I'm listening. The warmongers are the use. Please don't. I don't care. Captain, I'm sorry, but my...
That woman isn't... Oh, sorry. Oh, what? You know, I was about to board the Nat to the spaceport when the alarm triggered. And, like, I've got you to thank for things not be... Doubt the Vanguard would have a lot of recruits if that were the job description. But look, they said the ambassador likes to handle, even if she does have trained diplomats here. And I don't want to get shipped back to Aquila City, so... I... So you want me to... No, I think that's a pretty safe assumption. And no other city should have to go through what happened here. So then, Okay, First you need her bio key, and that thing doesn't leave her side. Better chance of... Her quarters. And you and the UC will be... Oh, wait. I thought you were looking to hire... Really? Okay, so... There's a utility corridor that leads to the Ambassador's quarters, which you can... Here, the key. Whatever you do, don't let the guards see you entering or exiting the utility. I'll keep an ear out for more instructions from the UC.
Patching in playback.
Son of a bitch. Son of a bitch. Cameron!
Are you alright, Ambassador?
It seems the Council of Governors has rejected my appeal to join. Again. Which means you and I are stuck in this colonial rat cage until we die. But I think we might need to... We should expedite the process.
What are you getting at, ma'am?
I mean, my requests keep being rejected because they don't want to add a seat, right? But what if? What if one opened up? The life is hard. In what it used to be. It's not like anyone would miss him.
Eva, I think it's time to get some sleep.
Just think about it. Maybe we can reach out to some experts at that sort of thing, huh?
Good night, Eva.
Did I not make myself... Excuse me? No. If the council found out, I'd lose... Look, I believe we may have gotten off on the wrong foot. So perhaps if I can trust you to keep this little secret between us, then... Good. I appreciate you. In fact, I think there's an opportunity here. keep both our factions happy and ensure an air of legitimacy, I can only let you get the information on the Terramorphs. And all research will need to be monitored. Freestar scientific observers making sure everything's being used for the right. But those 2 items should be enough to... What on earth are you... Ah, yeah. Now let's go get your code piece so you can be on your way. They tell me it should only take a moment. And there. Here you go. It's not supposed to be a long process. It is for emergencies, after all.
I cannot help but notice that the Colony War Memorial is in direct line of sight of this embassy. I suspect that was very much intentional. This is certainly different than anything else in New Atlantis.
Take what you must. Leave the rest for the scavengers. Profit is never necessarily the aim, but something. If the system is protected, there will hopefully be valuable data.
So, what seems punishment becomes providence. A reminder we can never truly know the Great Serpent's designs for us. Not the ideal introduction, I suppose, giving you a grand tour of the embassy via barely functioning intercoms. I do greatly appreciate your persistence. I suspect the Venom tree upstairs has worked itself into more systems than I'd realized. But then again, who could cage such abuse? Tell me though, what is it like outside? I heard the broadcast mentioning an attack. Has the rest of the city... Is that right, huh? I shall need to have these repairs seen to sooner rather than later. Now, it cannot solely be the Serpent's grave. You were sent by the UC. That, and the broadcast spoke of terror morphs. A worrying occurrence, certainly, but coming here of all places, when all So the UC requires information, then. On... The preservation of life stands as the very purpose of the archives. Using its data to prevent more attacks, there is logic there. But if I am to grant you access, For years, House Varun has been known only as an agent of slaughter. We founded this embassy with hope, with little. In exchange for my code, I require this. You must be the one who ensures it is used for good. Ensure House Varun... The knowledge you ask for isn't evil. No knowledge is. It is we who bend it to evil ends.
Every measure will be taken to ensure the information is used for good.
Well, then I shall not fear. Please, follow.
Can we speak for a moment? I have something I wanted to say. I am reluctant to put that to the test. I know that you said you prefer to be surrounded by others. Unlike me. But Constellation means something to us. The little I have spoken of my history has been nothing but truth. I worked with what I have left out until now is that all of that was done. I am not. I was born in the great city of Dazra, and raised with the teachings of Jinan Varun. I underwent the rite of Krejar when I came of age. I am of the promised, those who know the truth of the great serpent. I know, and I am sorry for... I have strict orders to keep it secret. Several years ago, I intercepted requests from Constellation to access Varun's space. I was sent to infiltrate Constellation, posing as a former smuggler. Yes, well, you weren't. Several weeks after I arrived, I attempted to access secure records within I thought the same. I was horrified. My failure would be reported to... Yes, she is. I cannot imagine. You and I have spent so much time together. It has been... Telling you this violates so many of the orders I was given. You have no idea what a relief. expertly. Let us see what was being protected.
on the record? What response?
I'm told by top officials the cabinet already has a plan in place to open the Armistice archives.
Unless that archive's full of ordnance, it's nothing else.
People joke.
Captain, I just received a couple messages from an opera. Did you actually succeed? With Rat? That's incredible. I'm very much looking forward to getting the debrief on how precisely you managed to pull all this off, but regardless, superlative work, Cap. And now, I've already arranged everything with the archival monitors. When you get down there, the UC monitor will give you instructions on how to deploy the codes. Follow here, the UC code piece and an archival access card. The entrance is just absolute best behavior down there.
Keeping the skies safe out there?
Welcome, Captain, to the archives. To proceed, you will need to deposit your codes into the 3 corresponding receptacles. Once they are verified, I will open the door. Your data resides in Unit 18. You will not be able to access any of the other units. Once you've collected your data, return to the entrance. You may insert the first of the archival codes when you're ready to begin. All codes verified. Unlock engaged. You may proceed.
There you are.
Captain. Surprised to find out we're having visitors as we work.
Major Sinan and I were just discussing the merits of your planned interfactional cooperation. I think it's a great idea. Get them invested in the solution. Make it clear we've got nothing to hide.
I'm sure they'll be lovely house guests.
Now, Captain, if you wouldn't mind transferring the documents to the Major, she and I have been discussing next steps.
Time for us to start getting some real answers, and figure out if we've been asking the right questions. So whenever you're ready. Acknowledged and accepted, Captain. So, with the data out of the way, we've been discussing where exactly this work's getting done. The Red Devil's headquarters on Mars, back where you found Percival, seemed the natural spot. Already has the equipment, the safety measures. Should even be able to house its own cadre of independent observers. Though it sounded like the deputy had a few more things she needed to discuss with you first.
Indeed. The most important of which is getting you your citizenship.
Then I guess we'll see you on Mars.
Captain, if you'll follow me.
Howdy.
All right, Captain. Are you ready to become a citizen of the United Colonies? Good. This isn't the only item we need to discuss, so please raise your hand. Captain, through your actions today and in days past, you have earned your place among the United Colonies. Through service, bravery, strength, and upholding of the mutual good. Will you carry and cultivate these values for as long as you remain a citizen? Then, Captain, I'm pleased to welcome you into the United Colonies as a full citizen. Here, your official ID and your citizenship dispensation. We've also let the Aphelion Realty office out in the plaza know you're approved to purchase property. Now, the other item we needed to discuss. There's a member of the UC who's asked to speak to you, but this person... Normally, we wouldn't even consider something like this, but we think this person has information that could prove useful in dealing, and they've stated they'll only share it with you. So I need your agreement that everything you're about to see is kept in the strictest confidence. You can tell no one. Can you agree to these terms? Let's hope it never comes to that. Head to the elevator. You're going to subsection 7. I'll make sure you're cleared for access by the time you get there.
two shifts? This ain't exactly where I saw myself.
Greetings, citizen. Welcome to the UC.
Are we at all surprised that the UC has such a massive space dedicated to secrets?
Logging authorized entry. Unsealing access. You may proceed down the corridor. But there are no additional visitors permitted. Your friend's gonna have to wait out here.
Very well, I will wait. You go on.
Welcome, Captain. Please, come down and approach the intercom. You and I should chat. President Abeyo was kind enough to give me a few files to peruse. Quite the series of accomplishments you've managed. But now you face a foe unlike any other. An invisible enemy, lurking in the shadows. You're going to need all the help you can get, which is why I hoped we could speak. Do you know who I am? Perceptive. I like that. I'm Francois Sanon, but most know me as Victus. I was an admiral during the Colony War. One of its great villains, if you believe the slates. I was to be executed for my crimes, but the previous regime deemed me too valuable to simply discard. So they put me here, a sacrifice on the altar of peace. Even my death served the colonies. One final act of rebellion by the leadership that lost the Colony War. The trial was authentic. I faced tribunal with dignity, but my execution, staged. A lethal injection that was anything but. The cabinet at the time, long gone now, wished to keep me on as an advisor, and considering the other option, I was in no place to refuse. So I elected to trade my freedom for my continued existence. But such is the life of a soldier. Nothing else then? execution. The official charges I faced after the war were twofold. The first was the destruction of civilian ships during the Battle of Cheyenne, a battle during which those civilian ships were actively attacking my fleet. The other was ordering the bombing of the Londinian spaceport to halt the spread of the Terramorph outbreak there. The city and its citizens were lost, but countless others likely saved. And for doing what was right, I was put on trial. And my life irrevocably changed. Very astute. That's my daughter. Has she shared with you the nature of... Did she? So willing to trust Hadrian. Our relationship has always been. The Major was born to become a great leader, carry on the legacy I established, and was given all the finest training to support it. And she excelled. But the universe cut all that short. Now, though, it's placed even more crucial work in front of the two of you. And I think I have a part to play in helping you accomplish what you've set out to do. It was an attempt by the United Colonies to solidify its own legacy, forging a new generation of great leaders. They were raised by adoptive families made up of scholars and tacticians, trained at the United Colonies' greatest scientific and military academies, displayed incredible promise. But by the time the Colony War came to a close, there was only Hadrian. But that's ancient history now. You have much more pressing matters at hand, with which I can help. After some long years earning the trust of this current regime, the UC has been permitting me to work alongside one of their recovery teams, helping them gather intelligence on, locate, and organize scenarios to lure in some of the criminals that evaded justice after the Colony War. With quite a few successes, I might add. But in the process, I managed to find something else. The names and locations of Hadrian and Percival's old research team. Valuable manpower for the effort you're about to embark on. I'll tell you where they are, but in exchange, I need something dealt with. Well, who better to find them? But many of them I knew personally, and I've always had a mind for details. Where someone was born, next of kin. You'd be shocked how often an otherwise brilliant criminal flees to the planet just next to the one where they were born, or where a family member resides. I simply use my own personal knowledge and the information our group collects for me to track them down and set things right. There is a former colleague of mine, a man by the name of Dr. Reginald Orlaise. Like myself and Hadrian, he was involved in some of the United Colonies' more problematic lines of research. Mech weapons were his specialty. If it dealt death, he could make a deal more. When the Colony War ended, he fled, refusing to face tribunal, and has continued. But I finally found him. I want you to track him down and deal with him. I'm not expecting he'll come quietly. Bring me evidence that the job's done, and I'll tell you what I know. You can certainly try, but the man's been out there 20 years. He's likely gone feral by now. Easier for all if you simply blow up his ship. Speak to Deputy McIntyre. I'm sure she'd be happy to hear that someone might be tying up this loose. Though I would ask you, do not make the mistake of confusing me. Captain, your files indicate a track record of unlikely successes. It is my genuine hope that, perhaps down the line, you might become a part of our team. And this might be something of a tryout. If that's what you require to sleep at night. According to my information, he's been hiding around the world of Etheria. Wolf System. There is a star station in the vicinity. The Den. The head of the local vanguard, one Cap...
Identity verified. You may proceed to the exit.
Yes, you need me? I will watch your back.
Yes?
Captain, did your... Exactly. Just another... with anyone. The Major doesn't have clearance for this sort of information, and she certainly doesn't need... which is why I need you to... Good. And that's not a good look. Dr. Reginald Orlaise? Of course, killing Orlaise is completely out of the question, but bringing him to justice... that'd be a huge win for the UC. Really? He found the members. We'd already initiated a search for them, but it'd save a lot of time and manpower if he just gave us the... Captain, if that's the deal, you have my endorsement. Just so long as you make every effort to bring the man in. Now, was there anything else you wanted to discuss? The Den? The first one was ballooned. The place is open, but because of its I can think of worse places in the go. Trusting the man downstairs would be a mistake. But I don't think... This is far from the first name he's handed over and all. So while I'd certainly warn... Then I'll bid you good day, Captain.
Captain, can I help you?
Happy to all this stuff. Take your time. Watch your back out there. You ask me, the real New Atlantis is down here. All that stuff Thompson. It's kind of... I got contacts. Take your time. You need something else? I'll be here.
That your ship that landed not too long ago? Sure is something.
Thing about the trade business? Be my guest. The Trade Authority appreciates your visit.
Keep your nose clean. Last thing I want is to charge you for a DP, an A and B.
I am not a star.
Oh, please, take a look. Thanks for coming in.
You should inspect your ship for heat leeches every couple. Landings. They'll cause plenty of havoc. Need some work done? Okay, no problem.
Blastoff complete.
Stable orbit achieved. We could stay here forever. Well, for a while anyway.
I will never get tired of that.
The Dan responding to hail. You are cleared to dock. Welcome to UC Space.
Docking in 3, 2, 1, done.
I hope you find that change to be more effective.
You're back.
The
Find
two
any
of
good
us
mushrooms?
make quite the pair, eh? Don't stay away too long.
Oh, you're back. Mm-hmm.
This station is but a shadow of its former purpose. I do not like it here.
Hey, what can I do for you?
I understand this station was once quite the luxurious place for UC military commanders. Based on what I see, I find that very hard to believe.
Look who's back. You got something quick? Or lace. Doesn't ring a bell. A man? Living around Etheria. Only one ship like that I know of. Never docks. Doesn't respond to hail. Maybe this Orlace of yours is the one piloting it. I can give you the coordinates to its last sighted location if you want. That part of Etheria's sky is an old debris field. Plenty dangerous. Well, the original dense star station was destroyed decades ago during the Serpent's Crusade by marauding House Varun zealots. Big part of the remains from those battles ended up gathering around Etheria, forming a nasty debris field. Every now and then, some headstrong scrapper comes limping back because they hit an 80-year-old mine. Or sometimes they don't come back at all. I honestly thought it was just a story board haulers told each other to keep them. Pretty surprised to find out he has a name. Like finding out the Grim Reaper's named Mitch or something. Huh. Makes you wonder, though. Ships have been disappearing in those fields for years. Going theory on why was a combination of old ordnance and Etheria's gravity disappearing them. But maybe someone's been helping them over the ledge. Things you should know? The den's not really that kind. Keep an eye out for pirates, make sure smuggling's kept to a minimum. Otherwise, it's mostly long haulers and staying ready for the day the Collective wants another round. Or House Varun come. Sure thing. Here, this should get you pointed in the right direction. Go get your man.
Always a satisfying moment to return to your ship.
Clamps released.
Enemy's shield system is offline. Target engines have been disabled. Direct hit to their draft drive.
after a perfect jump.
Maintain current course while we scan for contraband.
B. Our scan detected contraband on board. Halt and prepare to be boarded. All illegal. Copy that. Stay.
Authorized personnel only. Your friend has to stay here.
Welcome back, Captain. Happily. But first, I believe you owe me something. Excellent. Please.
Transfer accepted.
Would you look at that? Kept it all these years. Some simply couldn't let go of that old world. This is fine work, Captain. I can ensure the remaining team members find their way to the Red Devil's headquarters. That one you'll need to collect. His name is Kaiser. You can find him on the Freestar world of Nira, wandering. The area was ground zero for xeno-weapon deployments during the war. And I think you'll want to check in with Hadrian and Dr. Walker before paying it a visit. Kaiser will likely have security protocols you'll need their help to. A military mob, specifically customized for the needs of the Xeno warfare team. A powerful resource. I dedicated my life to the United Colonies. Even if my circumstances have changed, my purpose is not. Of course, we're protecting...
Authorized personnel only.
Did you need something? Yes, good. Let's go. You have my attention. Oh, yes, I do. Until next time.
Keeping the skies safe out there?
Game froze. Guess this is my stopping point for now. Thanks for watching.